Meeting, please come to order.
Neat.
Barbara, please call the roll.
We have Commissioners Berard, Funderburk, Levine, and Noonan present.
This proceeding is broadcast on Channel 35. The exact broadcast times can be found by contacting Channel 35. I have no opening remarks. Mr. General Manager?
Not at this time, no.
Comments from commissioners on agendas?
So, before we move on,
yes.
I think we wanted to talk a little bit about the Lineman's Rodeo as part of the GM briefing. That'd be
well,
okay
I
to
think
do
that would be
now?
highly appropriate.
So we have Chris Sanchez who's going to come up, and he won the World Champion Apprentice, and it's significant to win once. But he's won 2 years in a row, which has never been done in rodeo history in 33 years. So I'm going to have Andy Kendall come up, and we're going to present Chris his trophy and his belt and take a few pictures.
Wow.
So good morning again. This is starting to become old hat. I like it. So again, I introduced Chris Sanchez, World Champion Apprentice for the second year. No one's ever done it for just a municipality, which is at a much smaller level. So he set that record when he did it for municipality, and then again when he did it again for overall. So I think he's right on the bubble of being able to compete as an apprentice next year, but whether he competes as an apprentice next year or he competes as a journeyman team for us, we're expecting another trophy. So at this point, you've spoiled us so that anything less than that, then it's going to be a disappointment.
Can we sign him up can we sign him up to like a 20-year contract?
Signing bonus.
Negotiations are open.
Well, congratulations. We're very, very proud of you. You're a wonderful representative and obviously enormously skilled. Congratulations.
Thank you.
If I can say real quickly, though, just that while Chris obviously came home with the biggest trophy, we did have Daniel Hawk place fifth in an event. And I just want to congratulate all of the teams, the journey level teams and the apprentice teams that represented the Department of Water and Power, did it with professionalism, and I was just proud of all of them, the way they competed, the way they represented the department, and we're looking forward to going back next year.
And I want to note as well is that our three apprentices were in the top 10, and it's really a testimony to the training program that we've put together for our lineman series to have so much success this year and in past years, and we expect in future years. So really applause to the trainers who put that program together.
Well, we love this news. It's these are among the highlights of what we get to hear, and we're very, very proud of everybody involved. Commissioner Noonan, I think you're...
Yeah, no, I just wanted to chime in that I happened to be in the building, was it last week sometime, and so I want you to realize that you were the talk of everybody, so this isn't a token appreciation, but I hope that you embrace the fact that so many people within the department and your fellow colleagues are so very proud of you.
Thank you.
We're going to take some pictures? How are we going to do this, Mike?
He's going to grab the trophy and we're going to come up. I'm too heavy for this little guy. And we're going to go right up to the front and we're going to take a picture.
So you know, Mike and I will be growing our hair long so we can be more like
I'm not sure that's sufficient.
That's a start.
Right in the middle underneath the round logo there.
Okay. Congratulations, Andy. Nice job. Let's see. How does this work?
You may need to hold it down.
Hold it?
A little lower, a little. There you go.
Yeah.
And we'll switch it next.
Okay. Thank you.
So it's a little
All right. Okay, here's the first one. Big smile. On two. Ready. 1, 2. See how that looks. Okay, here we go. Oh, Mike, can you move that chair? Just push it out a little. Yeah, thank you. Good smile. Okay. Smile again. Okay. And one last one. That's good. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, no one's going to top that. Do other commissioners have comments on agendized items? Hearing none, we'll go to public comment. It's my understanding that we have 3 public comment cards in the audience and that there are a number of people in Bishop who have come to comment on agenda item 15. We cannot bring up agenda item 15 until later in the meeting, but if it would be convenient to the people in Bishop who came to talk about item 15, they're welcome to make their public comments now after the 3 comments from our audience here, or they can wait and make their comments when we bring up item 15. So those of you who are here from Bishop in order to comment on item 15, decide whether you'd like to offer your comments in the next few minutes or wait until we bring up item 15, which will probably be, I would guess, in the ballpark of maybe an hour, hour and a half. We've got a couple of policy items to go over, and then we have a closed session that we have to complete before our open agenda items are brought up. So Barbara, please call the public comment cards from the audience in Los Angeles.
Okay, for item 15, correct?
Well, no, the public comments, just in
Okay.
general.
Okay, we have the first public speaker for item 4 is Linda Romney. And for item 4, please keep your comments to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. As you know, there is a law that is called the California Public Informations Act, and a ratepayer may request in writing specific items. I have done so in writing in no less than 54 letters directed to the then general manager. I met in the early part of June with the assistant general manager, Sharon Grove, who gave me her personal assurance, a promise which I relied on, that I would receive a CD of the conversation between myself and a representative of the Department of Water and Power. That CD was from October 24th of 2015, over 1 year ago. Yesterday, I personally appeared in this office. I met with Gladys Berry. She came out. She had the CD in her hand, which she also had promised to me, and stated that it had been mailed to me. At that point, she stated, "I have your CD, but I am not going to be releasing it to you. You can file a subpoena to get the CD that you requested in over 54 letters to this particular general manager." I appeared before the commission regarding this instance before and discussed completely what is involved. So what is occurring is that in order for us to resolve as ratepayers an issue with the Department of Water and Power, there is an insistence by the Department of Water and Power and its legal staff that the ratepayer must file litigation. So far, you have 7 litigations outstanding filed by ratepayers, and additionally, you have another 5. Unfortunately, it's going to be another 6. I'm going to take this to the news media. I'm asking for your assistance, commissioners and general manager, new general manager, to get that CD, which was promised to me in writing for over a year. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Edward Ruiz for item 4.
Good morning. My My name is Ed Ruiz, and I am here to tell you about a certain undeveloped property that I leased from the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power in Lone Pine, California. This lease is designated by LADWP as ranch lease number RLI and is for grazing and ranching purposes. The reason I am here is to tell you that on May 18th, 2016, LADWP informed me that it planned to terminate my lease effective June 30th, 2016. The reason stated in the termination notice was that LADWP claimed my father, Ralph Ruiz, had not indicated an intent to transfer the lease to me following his death on May 19, 2015. However, my father granted me all of his interest to the lease by way of his will, which has been entered as a judgment of final distribution of his estate. I previously provided a copy of this judgment to LADWP in July 2016 at its Bishop, California office. You may be asking me, why is this lease and property so important to me? Well, as you probably don't know, my family is one of the founding families of Lone Pine, California. Over 140 years ago, my great-grandfather came to Lone Pine from Sonora, Mexico, by way of Los Angeles. Family legend says that he rode a mule during the entire trip. Many modern residents, unfortunately, have long forgotten the Latino heritage of Lone Pine. The property that I lease, Ranch 436, was originally owned by my great-great-grandmother and was sold to the city of Los Angeles in about 1930. My extended family has leased the property ever since the sale to Los Angeles. While recognizing and respecting that the fact that the property is owned by the city of Los Angeles, my family has been good stewards of this property for almost 90 years. The lease and ability to conduct ranching on the property is part of my family's history, actually is part of my family. Therefore, I hope you might imagine my surprise, disappointment, and heartbreak when I received notice terminating my lease. I have told LADWP it was my understanding that my father had long ago added me as being successor to the lease. In fact, I spent some amount of time reviewing the historic documents from LADWP relating to the lease.
Could you wrap up your remarks, please?
Go ahead. It's okay.
And when I received the final distribution of my father's estate entered in the judgment, I provided a copy to LADWP. Unfortunately, to date, I have not heard anything back from LADWP regarding the status of my issue given the existence of the judgment of final distribution of my father's estate, demonstrating his intent to pass the lease to me and maintain the lease with my family. With few alternatives left and with so much at stake, I am now bringing this matter directly to the Board of Commissioners. My specific request is that I be allowed to continue to operate the lease. I believe I have more than demonstrated my father's intent that the lease transfer to me, which is what LADWP indicated was the reason for termination. Thank you so very much for your consideration, and I look forward to your reply. Respectfully yours, Edward Ruiz. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the last speaker for item 4 is from up in Bishop, Darius Moxley.
Darius Moxley. We, from Bishop, I would like to ask the board to remove item 15 from the agenda because there's only been one public meeting with leasees to discuss the concerns on the question of our lease issues. I believe that we ought to be able to get questions and answers out to all of the leasees and the involved parties, and I believe that we need to have public comment and meetings which would involve all interested parties so that the questions and answers would be the same for all parties, be it a leasee or the department. I think that most of the things that have been done have been unbiased. We need unbiased opinions, and some of our opinions we're getting are biased, and I feel like we need to have public meetings on all of these lease issues. And so I would like to ask that item 15 be dropped from the agenda until there are public meetings.
Thank you. Are there other speakers now from Bishop who would like to make public comment pertaining to item 15?
I have one from 15 from Bishop and one who is here in the audience.
Okay.
The one here in the audience for item 15 is Edward Ruiz. Edward Ruiz? Yeah. Maybe. Did he leave?
No, he's
Oh,
here.
okay. I'm sorry.
I have some questions that I've written down here, and I don't know if there's any specific policy that exists for bidding on the leases. That's my understanding, that the leases are going to go up for bid, and I'll have an opportunity to bid on the lease. And I want to add that LADWP staff has been very good with me, worked with me, trying to resolve this issue, and hopefully it can be resolved to transfer to me. And I just really, it's been in my family for forever. We take great care of the lease. I just want to continue to lease it, and hopefully it can be transferred to me. I know my father, he retired from the Department of Water and Power. He put 30 years in. He cleaned that lease up. He worked it. He respected it. We're good stewards of it. And I just hope I can keep it in the family and continue with it. And like I say, the staff from LADWP has been very good to me since my dad's passing, and they've tried everything to work with me. I just hope we come to some kind of an agreement with a transfer. Thank you.
Thank you.
The other speaker for 15 is Darius Moxley from up north.
Well, she just spoke.
She spoke on 4, public comment.
Well,
but she
I think
also
that
put
was,
in a card for 15.
I see. Okay.
I would just like to ask you to remove item 15 until there are public meetings in Bishop where we can all discuss the lease problems, because there have not been any public meetings where we can discuss them and get the same answers from everybody. And that's all I would like to do, is have the item removed, because most of us did not even hear about this meeting until Monday. So we would like to be able to voice our opinions in a public meeting.
Okay, that's the last card for 15 I have at this time.
Okay. We'll move at this moment to comments from ratepayer advocate.
I will have brief comments on item 6A, and perhaps other brief comments as needed as the discussion evolves.
Okay, thank you. Now, I have a note requesting 6B and 24 be deferred to a future meeting. I'm not sure where this note came from. Oh, okay. Came from a very prominent source. Council, do we need a motion to defer a policy item 6B and also an action item 24?
Please.
Second. Those in favor of deferring 6B and 24, say aye.
Aye.
They're deferred. Okay, we move to policy discussion 6A, SB 350, proposed regionalization, California Independent System Operator, Energy Imbalance Market, Los Angeles Participation Evaluation. We have a voice from the past.
Yes, we're tag teaming today. Mike Webster.
Marcy Edwards, advisor to the stars.
Relax voice.
Am I a star?
Yeah.
All right. So last year, SB 350 passed, which it did several things. One is 350 moved us to 50% RPS by 2030, and it's also increased building energy efficiency. But what it also did is required a study of a west-wide regional grid. And so on the left on the screen, this shows the balancing authorities today in California. Now, balancing authority we've gone through before is responsible for making sure load and generation's balanced within that 4-second period of time. And so you see the CalISO is the big tan area, but you see LADWP in red, and the multiple balancing authorities within California today. And so on the right is the proposal to move the entire West into a regional grid, a single balancing authority for the West. And so the CalISO was mandated to study this regional grid with everybody participating and look at the benefits to California, some of the costs, benefits, as well as the job and economic benefits. So we're back here today because now that we've had an opportunity to review that study with experts, we've also done our own modeling and studies. We've also looked at the energy imbalance market. We thought it was a good chance to come back to you now that we have more information moving forward. So here's some of the key points related to the legislation. 350 required this voluntary transformation to be looked at and studied so that policy could be developed. And the CalISO completed that study on the impacts of a regional grid, the impacts on ratepayers, the California economy. And so one of the things that's really important is also a recommendation on governance change is how would a regional governance be managed? Who would be part of that? How would it be formed? And that's really one of the driving factors right now as we look at regionalization is how do we actually move forward as a group of Western states and utilities into a regional market? So we believe that this year they're going to propose some governance proposals, and we think that legislation could be as early as next year. We don't know if it'll be one piece of legislation or multiple pieces of legislation.
It's the reason that this is being brought before you now, not only as part of the continuing series of educational aspects about the transformations that are going to take place in this industry that in fact are taking place, but also because of the likelihood of there being legislation relating to governance. Now, interestingly enough, to digress for just a moment, remember, you're talking about 38 balancing authorities, 17 states, and 2 additional countries. There have not been a structured set of negotiations taking place across that organization. This has basically just been California legislation. And so we wanted to bring you up to speed not only on what some of the assumptions in the California study are, but what some of the initial feedback and reaction is from the balance of the Western United States.
And so, in short, public power believes it needs significant seats at the table. We represent a vast majority of customers, if not much of the load, not the majority of load, but certainly customers. And so public power needs to be part of that process, whether they are forced into a regional entity or not, because the cost and the implications of operations is so important. So that's one of the policy principles. We also believe it must remain voluntary so that the economic benefits are proven and a lot of the issues are proven out, and then entities can join on a voluntary basis. And it's really important that our local ratepayers do see benefits before we would make any recommendation to join a regional grid. And as you start to think about governance and joining a regional grid, you start to layer in oversight, whether it's oversight with the regional ISO, whether it's oversight by FERC. And we want to make sure that our local city policies can be local city policies without multiple jurisdictions looking over and adjusting those policies because of the needs of a regional grid. So that's a principle that we want to make sure stands true as we move forward. So what did the study show? So there's relatively small benefits for California. When you look at the entire economic activity related to electric power, the benefit is only 2 to 3% building this ideal model with all participants in the West moving forward. Now the study showed about 6% of the benefit might flow to Los Angeles. So out of that 2 to 3%, 6% might flow to Los Angeles, which is not terribly impressive because we represent 10 to 12% of the load. You would think that we would get a proportional share and have 10 to 12% of the benefit here locally versus only half of that. The benefits also didn't look at aggressive energy efficiency. This board adopted 15% energy efficiency, and if others in the West start to get more aggressive on energy efficiency, the benefits of a regional grid goes down substantially because you have to move less power. So I think that's an important point because I think there's momentum for energy efficiency going beyond LA, beyond California to some of these Western regions.
Excuse me, 1 second. It says, did you get to this part on savings from rates, Mike? I don't know if I heard that. Did you get to that yet?
No.
The growth.
I will get to it. I'll speed up.
Okay. No, I thought I missed it.
So the other benefit, and I think this is also extremely significant because as you know from our 2010 Integrated Resource Plan, we've been trying to cluster renewable energy into zones where we can operate and maintain, and we've been trying to move them closer and closer to California. They're certainly all attached to a California balancing authority as we've moved forward with that Integrated Resource Plan. But a major assumption is that out of state, out of the BA resources, renewable resources, is one of the drivers for these economic benefits. So I don't know if it's Wyoming wind or New Mexico wind or other resources, but that's a main driver is moving out of the local area for renewable energy.
Some of the assumptions in the report, as an example, they assume 1,000 megawatts of Wyoming wind, and that's coming across almost 1,000 miles of virgin desert under the Bureau of Land Management. So there are assumptions being made that don't necessarily take a pragmatic view.
And so LADWP, because we are repurposing our vast transmission network to renewables, we can get to 50% without reaching that far and can continue the policy that this board set out in 2010. So, the economic benefit on the last slide, the last bullet point. And so the economic benefits that are really shown here is because instead of renewable energy increasing at a certain rate, what they're saying is that a regional grid, the increase will be less because it's 2 to 3% more efficient. And because of that savings, there's California economic benefits, and this is where you see the job benefits because if power is less costly than it might have been, you're going to have economic development and job growth. But the study doesn't really take into account that a lot of the renewable jobs have moved out of state, and that's a major assumption. So that addresses that last bullet.
Again, if I can add just a framing remark to all of this. As you get into this discussion and you realize that the assumptions are different based on who you are. This is an effort at broader socialization. There are benefits to socialization. There are also cost burdens. And it's the assumptions that decide who benefits versus who pays. So the assumption sets are very critical. As we get into this, we'll talk about some of what's being discussed in other states and within other regions, so you can see that it's very unlikely that a West-wide anything is going to happen in short order. Here's what I am concerned about, though. California is very progressive in its policy making. They do enjoy kind of these sweeping legislative platforms, and I understand those. But what could be the default position is, okay, if we can't get the rest of the West right now, let's just perhaps mandate a few California utilities into a regional transmission organization. This is why we're spending so much time trying to understand the potential economic impact, what the assumptions do or don't mean, because we potentially could find ourselves in that situation.
So we just talked about the first assumption, which we think is going to be challenging. And Utah already has proposed legislation to block participation. We don't know how much traction that'll get, but it's out there. Not all the costs were modeled. For example, CalISO has resource adequacy requirements that say you must have this much in the way of resources. Well, that hasn't been modeled across the entire West and what that cost might mean. Integration of renewables we know is difficult. We are working on that. We're challenged. We're making progress, and we've done quite well so far. But the model is based on a perfect world where renewables are integrated perfectly with a new system. And this is an evolutionary process, but to make that large leap to demonstrate all the benefits, it is quite a leap at this stage in the game. And then last, the job loss associated with renewable energy moving out. I wanted to make that point again because I think that's important because our strategy is bring renewables close, not move them out.
Out of state. The other thing that's worth noting is that I think is it 8 balancing authorities that are looking at forming their own organization as opposed to this as an alternative?
I don't know the number, but in and around Colorado, they are looking at, with their connected BAs, forming a regional BA, and so there's discussions about alternatives in that part of the West. So I just want to highlight a few of these. I don't want to go through every single one because some of them we've already touched on. But the financial impact to LEDP is uncertain. We've modeled it, and there's a vast range in cost and value. It ranges from a cost of $40 million per year, and the reason for that is the high transmission costs associated with a regional type tariff we may or may not have to pay. So that is one end of the spectrum. On the other end of the spectrum, if we assume we start moving all of our renewable resources out of state and searching for Wyoming wind or any other renewable resource that claims to be much cheaper than our strategy, then we could see a marginal benefit of about $20 million a year. The point is that those are extreme assumption sets on both sides, and when you kind of look at a bell-shaped curve, kind of averages out more on the negative side than the positive side when you look at a regional type grid, and that's what our modeling is showing. Transmission costs, we'll show you on the next slide, potentially could be much higher as we socialize those costs. And one of the concerns I have is we have worked very hard to get off coal. We're successful on Navajo, we're looking at repowering IPP. Once you're part of a regional grid, it's all dispatched based on cost. So while we are working to dispatch more environmentally, the grid will dispatch economically, and we may find we get an allocation of greenhouse gas emissions we didn't expect because they're dispatching the cheapest resource and we get tagged with that cost. So that is a concern that we have because it's not consistent with our policy. So those are just a few.
Is that inevitable? Can there be a provision that what we get tagged with has to be something that we approve?
I don't think any of this is inevitable, but it raises these questions that we would have to work through this issue to satisfaction before we just get forced into a regional grid.
It's very much at a nascent stage of development, albeit, as you know, legislation very often precludes the necessary analysis as to the impact. And that's the reason that we are starting to talk about it so that you have an awareness of some of these broader implications. Are there other alternatives? Could there be within like the clean power plans, could there be impositions by the state that cap, that impact this? I mean, there's certainly a lot of different ways that it could break, but that's exactly what we're putting out right now is that there's still a huge range and there's no real commonality in terms of what the assumptions are across the stakeholders.
And so this blue line is the current CalISO transmission access charge. So transmission is socialized, and this is the projection from the Cal ISO on what they see transmission costing in the future. And the red line is what our transmission costs are. So our concern, unless they can figure out how to break this apart with some sub-regionalization, and there's a lot of complex models that are being talked about, but if we were to purely socialize, what it says is, I think the best way to think about it is you get a group to lunch, and one orders salad and one orders soup, but then the guy on the end orders lobster, and then they say, let's split the bill. And everybody pays the same. And so here we could have folks that are putting transmission in that benefit some of the grid, but there's no direct benefit to us because it gets socialized. We all get to pay for that. So it's a concern. There's probably ways we can work through this, but it's something that very costly if we don't get the benefit of our transmission for our customers that we've built over the last 50 years.
So in the short term, we want to be able to impact any legislation that starts to form around the governance issues. There really isn't a set of talking principles. My fear it'll be a gut and amend and stuck on the end of a bill inside of a 24-hour period. We're certainly working with our connections in Sacramento to outline some of the implications, to talk about governance, how public power certainly needs to be represented, and that they need to take time. Rather than California appearing to try to trump the Western region, we need to take the time necessary to understand the impacts, develop the mitigation strategies, extract the benefit without unduly burdening any one participant.
And part of that time gives us the opportunity to ask these types of questions. Is what will the transmission cost be? Will we have less control on our decision making? Will others have more control on our ability to set rates and policies? And, you know, ultimately, will the benefits outweigh the risks? And so as we ask those questions we think are very, very important, we think that there is a solution that's voluntary. That's the energy imbalance market, because it allows utilities to work on a very, very short bandwidth to integrate renewables and work more effectively. LEDWP with Pacific Gas and Electric, we formed the WSPP agreement over 30 years ago. This allowed wholesale trading in the market, which allowed us to work together and to sell generation from one place to another. EIM is really like that, where utilities can voluntarily decide, listen, we can support each other and move very rapidly in this very, very short time window of a few minutes.
This actually, and we're juxtaposing here the interest in regionalization in this broader grid, the potential concern being that California may decide to have it just be all of California municipalities. What we're trying to say is you really don't need to legislate agencies into a solution like this. You simply need to create market opportunities that are controllable in terms of risk and investment, which the energy imbalance market to date in the current discussions appears as if it is. It provides substantial benefits, but it also provides a lot of risk mitigation strategies to LA and their local policy determinations and their previous investments. So it's important to point out that LA does not sit in the back and just say no to every opportunity. When you put an opportunity in front of us that there is the potential to improve circumstances for ratepayers, ensure adequate cost recovery, potentially make additional revenue, we are certainly evaluating it. We're going to talk a little bit more about EIM at this point.
And so, just so you can get a visual, is without EIM, that the grids can be out of balance, and to compensate for that is that some utilities may need to curtail some of the renewables because they can't absorb that volatility because they don't have other fast-acting generation on the other side of the balance. So with EIM, it helps us all to get in balance and to lean on each other, which we think is a very, very effective way of doing that.
It allows us to take advantage of diversification in terms of geography, in terms of time of day. As an example, right now, that sun comes up and it hits all that solar on all of the roofs out in LA area. And all of that solar starts pumping into the system. Well, we have the obligation to keep the system balanced. So what your system operators do right now is they take their big utility solar plants and they pull them back. But those are very inexpensive resources. Those are not the thing you want to back off. What we would prefer to do is to be able to put that excess energy into a market where others that are differentially situated could potentially take advantage of it. We could make revenue, we could keep the system balanced. That's one of the goals in a regionalized market. To the extent that we can meet much of that goal, manage the solar circumstances, increase economic benefit through the energy imbalance market, I think at this point it continues to be a course that should be considered.
And so you'll see really some of that diversification on this slide is that we're starting to see entities from the Pacific Northwest with their hydro to the desert Southwest with APS already participating, already making the EIM market work and work effectively, and we're seeing the benefits, and we have not seen a lot of the risks develop that were of a concern because they've had a couple years to work out the bugs. And so the plan participation, you see now more municipal utilities with LADWP. We've talked about it. We're going to talk more about it today. But SMUD, last Friday, Seattle City Light also have announced, and then other IOU participants. But we're starting to see this market broaden because it's working. And a lot of the issues are resolving themselves to make it a little bit easier to participate. So our study showed that in the first year that we would net about $1.5 million. And the benefits continue to go up in years 2 and 3 as you get more renewables on the system, there's more benefit. And you start to pay off your startup costs over time. So,
my understanding is that we currently exercise that practice where we do sell some of our solar energy already to certain markets. So out of curiosity, how much money is the department making on the energy that we're selling that we don't need to use for our own constituents? And how does that compare to these figures?
So the market you're describing is a day ahead and hour ahead market. So we sell blocks of energy for next hour, 25 megawatts. And so typically through our energy and transmission business, we make about $100 million a year in those activities. What this market though is that because the renewables are moving so quickly, right, that it becomes very difficult to balance for some utilities. We think we're in pretty good shape initially, so we would have the ability to ramp some of our units up or down to support other utilities. And as we get more renewables, we see this as a two-way street. We may get to the point because of outages, for example, Castaic is going to be out for a massive tunnel inspection. We're not going to be as flexible over the next period of time. We may need to lean on others to say, hey, can you have some fast ramp to help us out as we're supporting the solar.
Where the broader risk comes into play in reducing the wholesale business is more in a regionalized model. Because we are in this, we project our own needs, we cover for our own needs, and then wherever we potentially had more than our own needs, we sell in advance. The energy imbalance market is that real time. It's almost a form of thin slicing. It's this couple of intersections, and everybody is taking that volatility right across there, and they're grouping together to manage it.
And we're going to start, we believe that we'll see some of the wholesale market, especially the hour-ahead market, start to shrink because more and more will participate in this because it's much more effective as far as integrating those systems together.
If I can just make a broader observation just for those of you who follow this more incrementally. Remember, the difference between us plus most of the balance of the Western region when you compare to the ISO is we cover for our own load, and then we do what's called bilateral deals. We buy and sell in advance on top of that. The ISO works in these market stacks called bid stacks. You just bid it in based on what it's worth, and then those bid stacks will tell you what you're going to do. Part of the push from the ISO's perspective is they're having greater and greater difficulty managing the influx of solar. In their markets now, there have not only been real-time incidents of what's called negative pricing, meaning that they're having to pay people to take their solar, they're also seeing that now in the forward markets. So it's part of the interest in us, everyone trying to figure out now, how do we mutually handle the integration of the rapidly evolving renewable portfolios?
And so EIM implementation does take some time. We need to negotiate with the Cal ISO about 6 agreements, and that'll take some time to work our way through and then bring back to this board for approval. We also need to staff and train the right people to add this business process to what they're already doing and install all the equipment. So most utilities take about 2 years to get this done. And so that's what we're thinking. It's about a 2-year process, so that by spring of 2019, we would be able to participate. And that's about right for utilities to make
Many of these
this.
other agencies are in the 2019 timeframe
Right.
as well. I would also mention, too, as far as the investment, the way the market is evolving and breaking, you're going to need to make those investments in telecom and computer technology anyway. This provides you a vehicle, and it provides you a financial offset in the early years potentially. And again, it being voluntary gives you a real good risk management capability. But you're going to have to be putting that money in anyway. I don't think these are investments that we can avoid making.
And so in conclusion, we increase our flexibility. We can generate revenues potentially by helping other utilities along the way. It really is that two-way street, which is what I'm looking for, to help each other as we go to 50% or even beyond 50%. And we think that there's minimal risk to move forward, as Marcy just mentioned, that these investments will make us better even if we decide we do not want to ultimately pursue EIM and decide to do something different down the road. So we, as staff, plan with the concurrence of the board to start these negotiations with the Cal ISO to start framing these agreements so they meet the needs of the city of Los Angeles, so we can bring these back to you in the next several months and really put together our implementation plan to figure out how we can get there by 2019.
The point that the two of you, particularly Marcy, have made that concerns me the most is Marcy's understandable concern that legislation can emerge quickly and unexpectedly. And so I'm hopeful that you and others are educating legislators well in advance, so that if there's an 11th hour effort to do something at some point, we'll have some people who know what they're talking about and in a position to respond in an informed manner.
So this presentation we're going to try to condense down into 10 minutes, and we have a plan to go up and meet the entire LA delegation in Sacramento to kind of lay out these policy principles, and to do that before the end of this year and maybe even before the end of November.
You need to have a couple of champions there to try to figure that out. And actually, some of the members of the current city council who used to be legislators might be able to point you in the right direction there. You may or may not need that, but I'm thinking of a couple of people in particular who I think have maintained some credibility and some relationships up there, and who should understand firsthand the importance of this.
We've also, through the mayor's office, been communicating with the governor's office, who's really, in part, very interested in the regionalization exercise, cement a legacy. I mean, it's a big sweeping gesture, and so we've been trying to provide the input as well as compare and contrast that LA is not just simply standing still. We are actively embracing markets that can create many of the same advantages.
Good. Good luck. Let us know if we can help.
If there are no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Some brief comments.
Yes.
Oh, thanks, Fred.
This is a part of a discussion that began in the 1930s and got implemented in the...
Marcy, were you part of that?
Hey.
And got implemented in the late 60s. Still too early for Marcy. And then became the California ISO and other entities like it in the late 1990s. The ISO is, while federally regulated, is heavily influenced by California, and the energy imbalance market is a test of the governance structure on that front because it involves other states. And periodically, the power industry has a discussion with the Supreme Court. It happens every 5 to 10 years. And the response from the Supreme Court is, this is interstate commerce and we mean it. And I expect that kind of discussion might occur in the evolution of the EIM. Although Justice Ginsburg wrote a really accessible opinion on this that makes it very clear.
Well, that's a relevant wrinkle.
Also,
Two other
I'm so
comments.
sorry.
As we get, that's all the theory and the history. As we get into this, training has been an issue for those that have joined early, and it's been tougher than they thought. So we need to allow for just working up to the training, but also hands-on for a period of at least a quarter. Also, the rules, back to the history, the rules of the EIM that are set by the context, in the context of this group, will be where the friction likely first occurs. And so the enforcement of the rules, or the non-enforcement of the rules, and what the rules are will be important in this process.
In line with some upcoming activities, the ISO is coming down to provide a training session to staff. I believe it's November 9th. And we've invited the ratepayer advocate to sit in on that. It's unusual because I'm actually going up to the ISO for a couple days that week myself, because I want to ensure we have more than, here's the benefits and the burdens, but what if we did this? What if we made this accommodation? I need to get some additional depth to this to ensure that we're looking under, every rock.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go into closed session. Council, what are the magic words?
At this point, we will recess in a closed session and reconvene at no sooner than 12:30 and report any actions taken.
Why do you say no sooner than 12:30?
That's what our agenda noticed.
Oh, it is? That's too bad.
Can't go anywhere.
Okay.
David, this is 19.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
The board meeting will resume shortly. We are recording?
Yeah. Are those speaker cards here or in Bishop?
Three up there, one.
Okay. Meeting will please come back to order. We are now on item 8, filed items, 8A, power system. Mike, power system, September 2016.
Okay, so I do want to mention one thing as part of our power system report this time is that you'll see in there that we have our variants for dual fuel capability, which extends now throughout the winter months. And this is significant as it relates to Aliso Canyon. Aliso has this 1-year anniversary. And I wanted to just comment that's helpful. We hope never to use diesel fuel, but it gives us kind of a last resort. But also this summer, just a couple comments is that This summer was relatively cool, so it took a lot of pressure off local gas burns, and I think that's been very helpful for us mitigating any challenges with the LISO. But we really kicked it into high gear for a couple of items I think are important. Our demand response program, we started with 50 megawatts. We got 80 megawatts in place for the summer, and we had 4 events that we called that demand response. Plus, we did the load shift program, and so over those 4 key days, we've got another 30 megawatts. So for a total of about 110 megawatts, which we exercised this summer. So that's helpful. Plus, it helped us really jumpstart our battery storage program. We have got one resiliency test at a fire station near Porter Ranch, which I think is significant. So that's in the engineering phase. We're working on the procurement and trying to pull that together. And I think you remember me mentioning we really accelerated battery storage out on our transmission grid. And so we're trying to get 20 megawatts in, very, very quickly. And I think 10 is scheduled for next summer. So all of that is to say that we had a successful summer. Part of it was lucky due to the weather, but I think also some of these programs really helped with mitigating, the potential consequences of Aliso Canyon. So I thought that was worth mentioning today.
Terrific. Thank you. 8B water system.
You have the report in front of you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The only other point I wanted to note is that we are continuing with our water conservation efforts. We have a couple months to go before we get to the goal that the mayor set for us in this ED5, and that was to have 20% reduction by January 1st, 2017. So that would put us at 104 gallons per person per day average demand across the city. That's all in demands, including business, industry, residential, water leaks, evaporation, all sorts of losses. When we started this 2 years ago, or almost 2 years ago, we were at 131 gallons per person per day. We're at 105 right now. So we've done a tremendous effort in the last year and a half plus. And we expect to get to the mayor's goal of 104 GPCD by the time that hits. And so we're being well positioned. And along those lines, the state has a lot of work going on right now in rule setting for water conservation requirements throughout the state during the drought. And so we are working very closely with the state regulators to make sure that the city's efforts are lined up very well with what the state puts out as requirements.
Excellent. FSO.
Just one item to point out. Starting this fiscal year, we've started working with the operating divisions to report actuals and then update our budgets estimates on a monthly basis. So when you look at the graphs, you'll see that we have the July actuals reported, but then we also update the out months. So by the end of the fiscal year, we still have a good projected net income, operating expenses, capital expenses, etc. This is new for this fiscal year.
Excellent. Thank you. RPS.
Happy to answer any questions that you have on the report.
Questions? Hearing none, we go to item 9, discussion with neighborhood council representatives on any neighborhood council resolution or community impact statement filed with the city clerk which relate to any agenda item listed or being considered on this agenda for the Water and Power Board.
There were no community impact statements or formal positions were filed by any neighborhood councils on the items on today's agenda.
Excellent. Okay, under agenda item 10, we have 2 sets of minutes to approve. First, the board meeting of September 20th, where Commissioners Levine, Funderburk, and Noonan were present. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second, those in favor? Aye. They're approved. Board meeting of October 4th with all commissioners present. Is there a motion to approve?
Excuse me?
Yes.
I would like to make an addition to those minutes.
Okay.
I'd like to request that my statements that I made, which I asked to be on the record, regarding the lease between the City of Los Angeles and the office space at 221 North Figueroa, be included in the minutes, and that's item number 34. I would like to get my notes and give them to the secretary to be included.
That shall be a part of the motion.
Okay, thank you. So
okay?
Are we approving it?
We'll
and then
approve it with your
right,
corrections.
same correction. Okay.
Okay. Those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. comments from ratepayer advocate on items 11 through 25? Or do you just want to note those items on which you wish to comment?
I have no comments at this time. If you have
Okay.
questions as things develop,
Got it.
I'll be available.
Okay, now we have deferred item 24, and we have some speaker cards on item 15. So are there any other items among 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 25 that any commissioners wish to be pulled for discussion?
I have, go on. Item 19, please,
Item 19, Commissioner Barad,
and item 25.
and item 25, Commissioner Barad,
Item 14, please.
and item 14, Commissioner Noonan.
And I have to recuse from 23.
And Commissioner Funderburk needs to be recused from 23. Okay, do I have a motion to approve items 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, and 22?
So moved.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those were approved. We go to item 14, Commissioner Noonan.
Would you like a recap of this item?
Yeah,
Or-
I think
Oh, you want to I'm sorry, wait, people, sorry. I apologize.
First of all, I think the summary was well prepared, so I appreciate that.
Oh, is this the same?
But what concerns me is just the such a drastic increase in such a short period.
Yeah.
So if you could just focus in on that particular issue and what we're going to do to prevent that in the future, not only on this project but on other projects.
Yeah, good.
Sure. So back when this project was originally approved for the $230 million, at least the overall amount, we were working with a project that had 4 phases. The first phase was the 55 million gallon storage. Second phase was supposed to be equivalent storage. Then we had, of course, a tunnel and open trench pipeline to go with that. The third phase was a regulator station and a power plant, and the fourth stage was supposed to be covering the reservoir with some wetlands next to it. So when we started this is something that was required by the Department of Health and Safety, not Department of Health and Safety, but our regulatory requirements for drinking water. And we need to remove Silver Lake from our system because it was an open reservoir. So basically, we were under a mandate to get this reservoir in place and have it in service by the end of 2014. As a result, we went to the CMAR, CMAR delivery. And so what we did was, at the time, the $230 million cost was, one, it was based on a 60% design, and also planning estimates for the remaining 4 phases. So we had a 60% design done for the first phase, and we estimated the cost for that. The second, third, and fourth phases were both all in the planning stages, so we did our best to make an estimate on that. As a result, though, as we progressed with the design, there were actually things that occurred that needed to be reviewed. For instance, we had our DSOD, which is the Division of Dam and Safety, had to review the designs for this reservoir because it's under their jurisdiction, and because of that, there were changes that were made. Also, that increased the cost. Also, there were some issues regarding some cracks that occurred as we had to when we did the construction of the first reservoir, that caused increases in cost. We also, once this reservoir was completed, we realized for the second reservoir that we wanted to increase the reservoir size for that, so that caused increases, and then also there was an extension of time.
Why wasn't that considered earlier on? It seems that that could have saved a lot of money. I mean, what caused that change?
For which one? The reservoir
last
size?
one, the increase in size.
The increase in size, well, when you look at where this reservoir is and what area it serves within the city of Los Angeles, and we realized that the importance of it, we thought, we had the opportunity to increase the amount, and we thought it's a good opportunity to do so. Unfortunately, we had, that happened as we looked at this and we went forward. So when you looked at the cost of what we spent for this particular reservoir and similar projects that we've done in the past, this pretty much falls into that same cost in the sense that, for instance, we had two 30-million-gallon tanks that we did at Hollywood Reservoir, and that came in at a cost of about $140 million. So the amount that we're spending for this type of infrastructure and the size is pretty much in the same range. It's not out of the range of all the projects that we have done. And we have similar projects that we've done also outside of the city. For instance, Portland has just at the same time we put in the cost of this 55-million-gallon reservoir, they put in a 50-million-gallon reservoir, and pretty much cost the same. It cost them about $139 million. So it's not anything that's out of the ordinary for
We're talking
this
about
type of infrastructure.
$353 million.
Right, but that was, okay, so what we're talking about is, we're talking about actually we have two reservoirs. Portland's was $130 million for 50 million gallons. Our first reservoir, which included tunneling and a big trunk line, cost 142 million gallons, $142 million, which is the same ballpark. We're putting another reservoir. The second reservoir is 26% larger. That's going to come in that's about 150 million gallons, not $150 million more. Plus, we have the cost for the regulator station and the power plant and the wetlands mitigation that we're required to do after the reservoirs are finished. So that's why this is a pretty big, this is a 4-phase project, and you're talking about a total storage of 125 million gallons. So the cost that we're spending for each of these phases is pretty much in line of what we've spent before for projects of this size, and also not only in the city of Los Angeles, but outside of the city, as indicated that Portland has spent.
Commissioner, if I can interrupt. So to answer, you asked a very good question, is could we have known more of this ahead of time? And as Susan said, because we had to go to a bid, it was too far along for design build and not far enough for design bid build. So we went with an alternate delivery method. But at 60% design, we took into account all the things that we could understand as site conditions at the time. As Susan alluded, some of the geotechnical situation really drove the cost up, as well as some of the construction conditions. There are things that unfortunately were not foreseeable at the time that we went out to bid. If we had a real firm scope on this project going in, you would have seen this cost on the initial bid if we bid it that way. And so, and I think that's the important thing. We didn't see everything going into it because there were a lot of unknowns at the time. But the one comfort that we take is that when we look at the cost we paid for similar projects, what we see for other people in the country, including Portland, where they don't have the seismic conditions and restrictions that we have that really make the cost a lot more to construct something like this, we are able to look at what people are paying comparably for similar projects. So we know that the overall cost for what we're getting is not out of range. It's just when we entered this project, there were a lot of unknowns and uncertainties that we still had, but given the regulatory deadline, we had to move forward. So we put out a cost, in retrospect, maybe we should have overestimated by a lot early on. I don't know that we had any ultimately different costs than what we projected at this time, and we don't think that the cost that we're projecting at this time is by any means out of bounds. It just wasn't known going into the project. But you're right, if we'd known the scope all along, we would have been able to foresee this. The reservoir capacity issue, I'll take full blame for that. We had an opportunity to increase capacity. We had a number of situations with dams, with water quality and other things where we've pulled a little more on the Silver Lake service area than we might have wanted, and we had an opportunity to add some additional storage. And so I told them, I said, well, let's design for the additional storage. If we don't add it now, we never will. And given that it's the only large body of water feeding downtown LA, I felt it was a good decision to make and take advantage of the opportunity. That's an opportunity cost. We don't have to do that, but that was my direction to the staff. The rest is just the project being what the project was.
Yeah, I think I thank both of you for your responses, and I think what bothers me most about the changes, and I believe when I first joined the board several years ago, the department was put under immense pressure to change the covers of our reservoirs, to change capacity, and there was a lot of neighborhood attendance and people complaining, hey, why is this neighborhood that may have, a higher socioeconomic population getting this kind of surfacing, whereas a poor neighborhood, is getting balls, for instance. And what troubles me about these changes is that I think going forward, the department really has to be sensitive to what the overall costs are going to be, because this was a very hot topic for a couple of years, with a lot of people trying to advocate for their city. And so the fact that, it's increased so substantially, and I do understand the need for the extra space, and if it makes sense, but I do think it's important that when we're talking about investing hundreds of millions of dollars in different neighborhoods, that we get it right to the best of our abilities from the start. And it doesn't appear as if this was contemplated but not honestly portrayed at the beginning.
Yep, I understand. And I'll tell you, there's not a day that goes by without me thinking of exactly what you're talking about, is do we treat everybody fairly, and do we spend our money equally across the board? In this project, we had a lot of issues going on. People said, well, you're going to spend a lot of money at Headworks. Why not just build it at Silver Lake? So if you take like the Hollywood project Susan mentioned, that was in a congested area physically in terms of roads, but not necessarily in terms of neighborhood. In this case, we would have built a similar project at Silver Lake. So physically, it would have been very, very much the same kind of costs, and the soil conditions at Silver Lake were by no means better than what we had at Headworks. At the same time, if you go back to our Stone Canyon experience, we had extremely restricted construction hours in the Bel Air community, although there were only a few dozen homes, whereas Silver Lake there's probably 1,000 homes right on top of the reservoir. In Stone Canyon, we could only take deliveries of materials between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. because of traffic on Mulholland. And so we looked at Silver Lake, so in this case at Headworks, and Stefan's looked at this. I said, so we had sometimes 6 days, 10 or 12 hours a day that we could build. And at Silver Lake, we would have been probably 5 days, maybe 6, with much more restricted hours. So even if you took the same project and you proportionally located it, and construction time and money are the same thing. And so you probably could have added anywhere from 25 to 50% longer time to construct the same project, largely under the same physical kind of conditions and problems that we encountered. So I do think that it's a very valid question that you raise, but I think that in this case, it's still the cheaper, less disruptive alternative, even though it is a very expensive project. But we would have had a nightmare if we'd constructed in a confined Silver Lake area with the kind of traffic and neighborhood impacts we would have had. Just by having the reservoir drained and doing the pipeline on the bottom, we have immense dust issues already and other construction impact issues, and all we're doing is putting a pipe in. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your response, and I do vividly recall you did an excellent job of outlining the pros and cons to doing certain work in certain areas, and I think it ties in very well as a response to this request. And to my point, I just think you can't predict everything, and I understand that this is an immense project that's going to be invaluable to Los Angeles for hundreds of years. But I just think it's important. As a commissioner who was there when this was originally approved, at least for the record, I had no idea it was going to increase to the volume in dollars that it has. So,
I appreciate it.
Further discussion on item 14. Is there a motion? I move approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to move to item 15, one-time assignment and family transfer policies for rental agreements located in Inyo County and changes to ranch lease rent and fees. Let me mention before we begin that we are going to alter this resolution so that it will only deal with ranch leases at this time and not with other commercial leases. We received a communication from the Board of Supervisors from Kevin Caruncio asking that we do that, and we have agreed to make that change in this resolution. Mr. Harisick will present the revised resolution, but before he does that, I understand we have 4 speaker cards. Before calling on the speakers, I just want to be sure that they understand that this will now deal only with the ranch leases and not the commercial leases. So Barbara, call for the speakers, please.
Okay, the first speaker is Matt Kemp.
Is this the outfielder for the Red Sox?
Atlanta, I got traded.
We need you back in L.A.
I need Kershaw to perform, I think. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, Richard, Jim, how you doing? My name is Matt Kemp. I'm a cattle rancher and lessee here in Bishop. I'm also the Inyo Cattlemen's Association president. I just want to express my gratitude and some concerns with changes in the new lease. Along with other lessees, have had the opportunity to work with DWP staff in resolving some conflicting issues with the new lease. And while I don't think any lessee is completely satisfied with the one-time transfer, we do fully appreciate the family transfer option. With that option, some of these leases that have been in families for many generations can remain with those families. My children are an example of that. They're 6th generation on my wife's side. Their great-great-grandfather began selling deeded acreage to DWP in 1925. And their great-grandfather sold property to LADWP as recently as the 80s. So we've had a long-standing, positive, symbiotic relationship with DWP, so it's been good. What I'm a little concerned about is the additional fees that pertain to the new lease. When reading this memo, one of the things that it says under ranch lease rent fee schedule, it states, however, even with the proposed rent increases and additional fees, the total charge for ranch leases will still be far below fair market value. And I just kind of question how you reason fair market value with that statement. Just as a basis for the actual this year, the cattle market has decreased over half of what it was last year. I'm a partner in an operation here, and my share is not, my profit after expenses is not that much greater than what Jim Yanata spends on hotel rooms up here periodically throughout the season. So I question the fair market value of this statement a little bit, because we do a lot of work on these leases that indirectly helps DWP, meaning that we mitigate dust, we enhance wildlife and bird habitat, we mitigate fire danger. We do a lot of these things, not to mention when I'm out on a lease, I'll pick up trash. I'll cut down a tree that's in a right-of-way so people can have access. I do a lot of things that don't directly affect my operation. And, I don't charge, I'm talking about administrative fees here. I don't charge any administrative fees to DWP for that kind of work. So that's my main issue. The dry finding fee we discussed, and while we're not okay with it, we can deal with it. But the administrative fee, I feel, especially for a smaller lease, someone who's paying $3,000 to $4,000, they've got to pay $570,000 or $570 a year. That's 25% of their lease. It just seems a little unreasonable to me, and I'd ask the board to evaluate that and possibly remove it or reduce it going forward. So appreciate the communication we had. I look forward to more communication regarding Mono County. I think that's a bigger issue going forward that it's going to require a lot of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Rick Benson.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rick Benson, and I'm the Assistant County Administrator for Inyo County. And I'm here at the behest of the Board of Supervisors, representing the board. The board met this morning and did adopt a letter that they would like me to read into the record, noting the change that Mr. Yanada made. The board would like to have this read into the record. Dear President Levine, late yesterday afternoon, a reporter from the Inyo Register provided the Inyo County Administrator with a copy of a request to the Board of Water and Power Commissioners to approve a one-time assignment in family transfer policies for rental agreements located in Inyo County and changes to ranch lease rent and fees. The consideration of this request is an item on today's agenda for the meeting of the Commission. The adoption of the policy, which changes ranching and commercial leasing practices that have been in effect for over 80 years, will have long-lasting economic and perhaps environmental impacts in the Owens Valley. Given the short notice regarding the consideration of adoption of the policy, the members of the Board of Supervisors have not been afforded an opportunity to discuss the potential impacts of the policy with their constituents who lease property from Los Angeles for ranching and commercial purposes. Thus, the board is not in a position to provide detailed comments concerning the impacts of the policy at this time. Equally important, although the staff report regarding the policy states that there have been discussions with the ranch lessees with respect to the policy, there is no indication in the report that there have been any discussions between LADWP and its commercial lessees in the Owens Valley concerning the proposed policy. In view of the policy's potential impacts on commercial lessees, such lessees should have been provided with an opportunity to express their views on the policy. By this letter, as LADWP's partner in the Owens Valley, the Board of Supervisors wants to make the Board of Water and Power Commissioners aware of the county's concerns with the policy. That having been said, the county is aware that LADWP's ranch lessees in the Owens Valley have been operating without formal leases for several years. This holdover situation has placed the ranch lessees in a very difficult position. Consequently, the Board of Supervisors strongly urges the Board of Water and Power Commissioners to direct that the renewal of all ranch leases expeditiously move forward, even if the proposed policy is not adopted by the Commissioner at today's meeting. The Board wants to thank you and the other Commissioners for your consideration of this request. The letter is signed by Mark Tillemans, the Vice Chairman of the Inyo County Board of Supervisors, and it was adopted earlier today with a 4-0 vote of the board, with Chairman Griffiths not in attendance, as I believe he is at your meeting. So that's what the board asked me to present, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The letter was received, and that was the reason that we are making the change that you've requested. We're going to move ahead with the ranch lease provisions, and we'll defer the commercial lease provisions for a later date.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Gary Gilbert.
Hello, I'm Gary Gilbert, rancher here and also an employee at DWP. Pretty much what the first two speakers said, that's what I agree. We do need the leases renewed. But the fees, I would like to have the people realize a lot of the problems there, particularly with the dry findings. On a small lease, you have a set fee, and it doesn't matter if you have a 100-acre lease or a 10,000-acre lease. On our lease, I have no less than 3 DWP employees drive on there every single day, 7 days a week, sometimes as many as 12. So their extra expense, I want to make sure that it's not me just funding it, because when it's a dry finding, we lose a lot of money in cattle. As far as the administrative fees, saying that they've become increasingly complex, I still spread as little water as possible to maintain the land and graze cattle, and that's where my complexity ends. So it's all on the departments where the complexity came from, so saddling us with that fee doesn't seem very reasonable. The housing rent increases are on comparable, they compared them to other places that come up with that fee. Well, other mobile home places have amenities that, I don't have any pool or community clubhouse on my ranch, so I don't know if that is fair that we be raised that way as well. I just think the fees are a little bit excessive, and it's when you have a dry find in there, that's like kicking a man when he's down. We're already taking a hit when there's no water there and then having to pay on top of it. The department received rate increases in water and power both this year, but we did not. We are 50% down in our income with the cattle right now. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Jeff Griffiths.
Good afternoon, Chairman Levine. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you, Bill, and nice to see all you other commissioners. So my name is Jeff Griffiths. I'm the chairman of the Board of Supervisors. I think, as you heard earlier, we normally have a Board of Supervisors meeting today, and I get to miss all kinds of exciting things that we were talking about there, but definitely wanted to come down and chat with you. So I want to make it clear that I'm speaking as one supervisor and not as the board, because we did not have time to address this and come up with more of a formal comments than the one that was read in the letter. And I really appreciate taking out the business leases. That was the major concern, the one-time transfer with the business leases. And since I came all the way down here, I might as well talk about something. So
It's only fair.
Right, that's right. And if you come up, you can talk as long as you want.
I'll remind you of that.
Okay, good. So I want to put into a little bit of perspective what the leases mean for Inyo County. And so when LA first started acquiring land in Inyo County, it collapsed the economy. And a compensation of that was LA leasing back some of that property, both for ranching purposes, and the ranches provide important stewardship to LA land, but also a lot of the businesses up and down Main Street. Those businesses represent a significant portion of our economy. And the past practice has been that the leases have been able to transfer from owner to owner. And what that means from a business perspective is the owner has a building that they've put on there. They have a business that they've invested decades in. And all of their investments, the way that it's recouped is they can sell their business and the lease goes along with it. And considering the number of businesses that are located inside Inyo County that are on LA-owned land, a one-time transfer is a significant issue because it's a complete disincentive for those businesses to invest anything in their property if they're not able to recoup anything from it. As it stands right now, we have businesses that would like to sell their property, that would like to sell their business, that would like to retire and finish their business, and they're unable to do that because they haven't been able to transfer their leases. And it goes beyond just business leases. There's, the county and the city of Bishop have leases that include parks and parking lots and campgrounds and landfills. That the leases that our entire community have on Los Angeles Department of Water and Power lands are just an integral part of our community in the civic sense, in the business sense, and in full disclosure, you also own a lot of people's backyards, including my own backyard, which has a lovely cottonwood tree and a swing and chickens and goats. And thank you very much for allowing me to have it. But these homes and businesses were purchased or built with the idea that they could recoup the investment on that. It's a very important thing to our economy, to our culture. And I'm very encouraged that you took the non-ranch leases out of this agreement, and I look forward to having you all come up and start those discussions on a way that we can solve this issue in a long-term, permanent way that's mutually beneficial to the city and to the people of Inyo County. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Gentlemen?
Sure. So what I'd like to do is give a little background and then make some proposed changes. So we are requesting the adoption of two policies pertaining to the rental agreements located in Inyo County for our ranch lessees. And these are intended to replace past practices that are inconsistent with procedures for competitive bidding in the city of Los Angeles. It's to our benefit to continue to lease property for ranching purposes and to do so with as little disruption, occupancy turnover, and financial impact as possible. And so the Water Operations Division, along with the City Attorney's Office, has developed 2 policies to reconcile the historical ranch leasing practices in Inyo County and the contracting requirements of the City of Los Angeles. And we're also seeking adoption of some rental and fee structure changes for the ranch leases. Water and Power has held over a half a dozen meetings with the ranch lessees, with as many communications via letter with them, and have met with at least 20 of the lessees directly to talk about their particular issues. The two proposed policies are the one-time assignment policy and the family transfer policy. The one-time assignment policy provides the Inyo County lessees an opportunity to transfer their lease one time to a third party. And without this policy, a lessee would not be able to sell their business, and a terminated lease would be put up for competitive bid. Under this policy, the new lessee will not have the right to transfer unless such assignment qualifies for the family transfer policy. The family transfer policy will allow Inyo County lessees to transfer their leasehold interest to a family member without exercising that transfer under the one-time assignment policy. So these policies will not apply to other rental agreements for city property located in Inyo County, and they will just be for ranch leases. So I would propose to modify the resolution before you that wherever the term or the reference to rental agreement in Inyo County is, that it would be changed to ranch leases in Inyo County. It's also requested that a change in ranch lease rent and the fee schedule be authorized such that, one, that the housing rent be brought in line with other LADWP rental agreements, and such agreements increases occur annually at 3%, and that an administrative fee be added as a cost recovery measure, and that a dry finding processing fee be implemented to recover the cost of staff time. And both of those latter 2 fees would be proposed to be increased at 3% annually. I'll take any questions that you have.
Commissioner Noonan.
Thank you. I've had the honor and privilege of serving on the Inyo Committee for several years now, and I have a great amount of appreciation for the partnership that we share with the ranchers up north. And I also appreciate the fact that they felt so comfortable to contact me with their concerns over this lease. I know it's something that we've been working very diligently on, and I'm very, very excited that it seems that we're going to finalize it today. That being said, and considering the compromises that have been made by both parties, I would make a motion to move forward with the changes that President Levine outlined. But in addition to that, I would request that the administrative fee be waived, thereby just leaving the housing rent and the dry finding request processing fees valid, but striking the entire administrative fee.
Second. Is there discussion on the Noonan amendment? Those in favor?
Aye. I would
Okay,
just
so-
publicly like to thank our partners up in the Owens Valley. The ranchers really represent the best that we have up there as partners. We are in line with them on a variety of issues that are very important to both of us. I want to especially single out Matt for his leadership. Without him and without the participation of our lessees, we wouldn't have been able to got to this point. Obviously, when you have a compromise, that means that not everybody is completely satisfied, but I think we have a great compromise, and I appreciate the board's changes to that. I think that will go a long way to help our relations up there. I thank you for your wisdom on that, as well as dealing with the changes in the policy to the business lessees on a different tack. So thank you.
And I want to second Commissioner Noonan's comments about the importance of the relationship. We all appreciate the relationship we have with the people of Inyo and value it very highly. We thank the chairman for taking the trek down here today, and we hope that you and your colleagues will recognize that your efforts have resonated.
Thank you.
Is there a motion in favor of the amended resolution?
So moved.
I guess it was moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. It's unanimously approved as amended. Thank you. Commissioner Barad, I understand you've withdrawn your
Yes.
reservation on item 15. We'll go back to the quick vote on item 25.
Yes.
So that would have been included in the consent calendar. Is there a motion now to approve item 25?
So moved.
Second. In favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's approved. So we now have item 19, Commissioner Barad.
Yeah. The way I understand this is that customers are taking advantage of programs that we have to reduce their electric bills and benefit DWP. However, the other side of that is that the energy volumes are declining as a result of these programs. And so we then have a revenue loss of that equates to almost $69 million. So my question is, what is the effect of this on DWP and on the city? The effect of the loss, the revenue loss.
Basically, this was contemplated when we did the electric rate ordinance, and it allows us to recover the fixed portion of those kilowatt hours that were saved through energy efficiency. So it makes the utility whole as far as what costs we need to recover. We don't need to recover energy costs because we saved it through energy efficiency, but we need to recover that base rate revenue. So this allows us to recover that revenue and then also provide the city with their utility users tax.
Well, how do we recover that? How?
This revenue, once these amounts are approved, it's put into the balancing account, and it will be billed to the customers over the next year. And that's part of the electric rate ordinance.
Okay, it just seems kind of counterintuitive that, that we're saving but we're losing. And I know we had this discussion on the water side as well, people taking advantage of water conservation methods, but then they're paying less for the water. So
it's cheaper to do this program in the long run. This is cheaper than building a new electric plant to service all these kilowatt hours that we're saving. But by doing this program, it allows us to recover all our fixed costs, all our debt service, and all the other things that the department needs to cover.
Okay, so
and customers are still saving money on their bills as a result of these programs, even with this adjustment factor.
Correct.
Okay. So that customers feel this.
Well, they get the benefit of the energy savings with a little bit of a offset, but they still get the benefit of those savings.
If I can, the situation on power is very much like water, where you have to have the facilities in place delivered for the demand at that peak moment, and those facilities cost a certain amount of money just to have in place. So while on both sides, when customers save, we purchase less water, we purchase less power, less fuel, and so there's ultimately some savings. There's still a certain cost that we incur just to have that system in place to service our customers. And so this provides a way to make sure that we can continue to do our job of providing what the customers deserve and require of us, but at the same time, they'll still see benefits by overall less use of both water and power. So they save, but at the same time, the department's protected. And that's one of the things that the whole rate structure is actually aimed at trying to do in the future, is to make sure that we could do our business in the best, most efficient way possible and save the customers money, but also not let the systems fall apart and make sure the infrastructure is maintained.
Important. So all the fixed costs are met.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
It's approved. We have a very controversial resolution on item 23. Commissioner Summerberg has to recuse himself. There's going to be a heated debate on this. Is there a motion in support of item 23?
So moved.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
It's approved. You can come back, Bill. and we'll now, on that note, adjourn.